Welcome back to Solynod Hex, everyone. Today we are holding session 468 of Solynod Hex, and today's session is sponsored by our generous patrons and donors. Thank you very much, patrons and donors, for your generous pledges and donations. We wouldn't have dynamic lighting without you, as well as Enervia City Castle and a bunch of stuff in the next story arc. Oh, and most of Shide High probably wouldn't be there too. So, yeah, those pledges and donations are very, very important to the continuity of our game. Thank you very much. And players, at this time, if you haven't already done so, go ahead and add 468 points to your player character. And then, Shandrak, you're still muted.
Yeah, sorry. I just realized my headphones were muted too, so I wasn't hearing anything. sorry about that.
Yeah. And then, yeah. So, have you started adding your 468 points? Okay, good. And when last we left the Order of the Superior Star, they were still traveling southbound in Central Adria. Oh, wait, no, that's world maps. There we go. Adria. Central. And I guess you guys have already been camping for a while, according to my... Oh, no, you had an encounter around 4 p.m. on your way to the place where you're currently camping. So, and then I did move the party because I didn't leave myself a note. So you are, it appears like you guys are right, I mean, super close to the edge of the forest, on the borderland with the desert there. Heading southbound around the southern tip of Lake Shimamomi. And you have found an appropriate campground. Temperate climate. And you found a particularly rocky area in the forest. And you've stumbled across a good place to camp, which is right here. Oh. And being the end of the day in the forest, it is very dark. Yeah, so right about there. And you could begin constructing your campground, placing fires wherever you wish, and your tents, and then go ahead and prepare yourself for an encounter at exactly 8 o'clock p.m., which apparently is, let's see, notes, daily routine. That is at the very minute that the first nap begins.
Like they've been watching and then like a bunch of characters fall asleep like, yes, let's go.
Well, I guess that depends on the surprise dice rolls, really, which I haven't
Okay.
made yet. So the very first steps in setting up an encounter is finding out what time of day, and then rolling to see if the encounter happens, which it does at 8 p.m. And then you roll the monster on the appropriate table. So now I know what the monster is. And then I have to place it on the GM layer and roll how many of them there are. And that will determine the bonuses or penalties to the surprise rolls. So it's kind of like working backwards, I guess.
Sure.
Oh my. So surprise for you guys is impossible, but it is still possible for you to have surprised them, even though they're the ones moving through your camp, right? So enemies modifier surprise the party. And then I don't think you guys are quite 20 creatures anymore. Alright, so there's no surprise. And you're in forest. Alright, so let me know when you're done setting up your camp.
think I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good. Oh wait, forgot a tent. Alright, now I'm good.
Okay. All right. So, as time passes, things grow darker in the wood, and the sun finally goes down, and you have your people in the nap, right? So we've got Asher, Varen, Bombosa, Brian Druid, Ryer, and Shandrak. All in a circle, yeah?
The
I
first
read
nap
that
is
as those are the guards.
yeah.
Oh.
The first nap is Tenzi, Ashriel, Jim, Anatar, Gargamon, Twitch isn't
Oh.
here,
Okay.
Arangor.
Gotcha.
So I don't know how many people we can fit in a large tent, but they could all sleep in our tent or do the nap in our tent.
Yeah, I kind of crowded them like at the mouth of the tent.
Okay.
I think it's 4 people, and then you guys have been setting up 2 large tents right next to each other.
Okay, there we go. Sorry. I forgot. Eleanor.
And I don't remember who owns the large tents and whatnot. But
One's mine.
Yeah, Tenzi is one of the ones that we got that was decorated with celestial events.
oh, that's right, you found large tents, yeah.
Lindsay, is Ruckus really that low on health?
Oh, that was from last week.
Oh, okay.
I gotta let's see. I gotta set my guy's health here.
Alright, so you guys have set up 2 tents facing each other, right? So you got like that.
Okay.
And then you've got these guys inside. And right about 8 p.m. is when Brian Druid senses something approaching from the southeast. A large number of creatures marching through the woods. And they kind of are literally marching. Like there's one going, "Yo, ha, and they're like, "Yo, as a group, speaking some weird language. And um,
And Brian Druid is able to speak to animals, so that isn't something he recognizes.
no, these are definitely not animals.
Okay.
And as they approach and reach the edge of his line of sight, he can see that they are these. So in chat, you should be able to see one of their tokens. So each one of them looks unique. It's been a while since you guys have seen these, so I'm going to describe them to you. Each one of them is very unique looking. For the most part, they are humanoid, but some of them have little vestigial wings or like tails or beaks or bulbous fish eyes or kind of like mongrel men, but they are not mongrel men. They're definitely something Eastern. And you guys know these creatures as bakemono, which is kind of like the Eastern variety of goblin. So they're all severely mutated and, deformed and like different. No two bakemono are quite the same, even in size and overall shape. Their skin color varies from brilliant orange to fiery red to deep blue, while their eyes are typically black, yellow, green, or gray. Physical features may include a combination of small, stunted wings, stumpy tails, hooves, fur, scales, huge noses, feathers, floppy ears, and hunched bodies. Clothing is similarly varied, ranging from tattered robes to shabby leather armor to filthy cotton peasant dress. Most speak in high, shrill voices, all share the same nasty disposition. And it seems like they are speaking either their own language or some other monstrous language that I don't think anyone in the party understands. Uh-oh, we lost somebody in Discord.
Oh, yeah. Asher said her connectivity might be a problem in the chat.
Oh, I've been having increasingly bad connectivity problems. I'll be back ASAP. Okay. Well, Brian Druid is her character. There we go. Are you back? Amber? I can try changing servers. Or changing server locations. Let's see. Server settings. Are you there, Amber? Migrations. Are you there, Amber?
Yeah.
Okay. Brian Jared can see in the distance this like group of these creatures approaching, and he can hear a large group of them, But at this time, he only sees the front 6.
Alright, so he is going to shout to behind him. He says, enemies approaching from the southeast. And yeah, if we fought him before, I guess he has no reason to think we wouldn't fight him now. So he'll turn and throw a breath weapon their direction.
All right, and we're in initiative phase. Looks like these guys are armed with spears.
Well, is this right at 8 o'clock?
Yes, exactly, 8 p.m. So right when the nap begins.
Is it when it begins, or is this when I'm casting it?
Everyone has its cast already, and you're asleep.
Okay. All right. Then I don't have to roll initiative for the sleeping characters.
Correct, you won't. Okay, is anyone still rolling? And also, does
Yeah.
anyone need multiple attacks?
Yeah. Moen, please.
Okay.
Baron, please.
Moen and Baron. Fortunately, Varen looks like a little campfire, so he's easy to see. Alright, is anyone still rolling?
One more for Baron, please.
Oh, that's right, yeah. Because he uses Kung Fu.
Yeah. Thank you, all done.
Okay. Alright, it looks like first up is Ryer.
Ryer, Kieran Brian Druid will head towards the southeast. Not quite seeing anybody, but that's where he'll stop.
Yeah, you can definitely hear like a a loud rustling through like uh, the vines and grass of the forest floor. It's like a sound, and you hear these little bitty footsteps, and there is a regimented chanting in some other language that you don't speak, unless someone speaks Bakemono.
No.
As it happens, no.
But anyone who
Been waiting for this
can
moment.
understand any language could probably understand it, but I'm not sure if there's any characters in the group that can understand any language right now
Yeah, Ashra.
without a spell.
Ashra.
Ashriel
But
can,
he's-
but he's asleep.
Yep.
Okay. Brine Druid can definitely see the front rank of what sounds like a really large group of these weird mutant creatures.
Okay. Yeah, he's gonna do a breath weapon. Always have a hard time envisioning how long that is until I put it on the screen.
Yeah, it's 90 feet long.
Okay.
So Order of the Superior Storm, Asher.
Okay, yeah, so he'll get closer too.
Brine Druid, Breath of Fire.
4, 5, 6, 7.
So as you approach, you can see more and more of them marching towards you.
11.
And each of them is carrying a spear. They're these little bitty little guys.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay. Yeah, that's where I'll set it off.
okay. Each one of them is about 4 feet tall. And they're all
Okay.
carrying these 6-foot long spears.
Okay.
Alright, and as your breath goes into the crowd, it lights up the forest around you, and you can see you nuke quite a few of them. And then, did you roll damage on your breath weapon?
Oh, that would be a good idea.
$18 fire damage. So no matter what, even if they save against your breath weapon, you're able to kill all those ones inside the AoE.
That's reassuring.
So let's see, that'll be these two in front. And they just kind of turn to ash, you know.
Yeah, yeah. There are many, but there used to be more.
And looks like you get this one. And so I just basically am removing them, putting them on the GM layer. because they just turn into like piles of ash. Looks like the other ones you didn't quite get half their square. This one you almost got half his square. I'm gonna take a look at it again. Yeah, I'm gonna say you got half a square.
Okay, cool.
So that one is also gone. And then the rest of them are just kind of standing in this flame, you know, or next to this flame. This whole triangle is on fire, and it's giving off light to the forest here. Let's see,
Andrew bares his teeth menacingly.
So it's giving off 60 feet of light, like I guess like a bonfire. I think a bonfire gives off 60 feet. And it's, you know, the forest floor is actively burning right now. And you hear this like, ah, ah, like a crowd of little creatures screaming in agony and dying. Next up is the first wave of Bakemono. So they are pretty slow because of the shapes of their legs and feet are weird. So their locomotion is pretty bad. And actually, yeah, it was less than half of them, so he's gonna come running at Brian Druid and stop 3 squares from where he started running. So they are super stupid slow. That one's dead. This one is right here. He almost died. This one's hair is singeing. Like, there's a little bit of smoke coming off the side of his head.
Yeah, that one's gonna be afraid of fire for the rest of his life.
Yeah. This one. So a bunch of the Bakemonos move up. Bakemono. That's singular and plural. And then it's Mad Moan's fight.
I think now that he has a good look at them, he's going to change the initiative to try to jog to close the distance.
Okay. Bombosa.
Bombosa rolled for movement, so he's going to come over toward this tree trunk. Back one. And try to hide in shadows.
Okay. Where did you say he went? Oh, I think I found him. There he is. Okay. So checks. Thief skills. Hide in shadows. Alright. Dead Bakemono, and then Shandrak.
Shandrak conjures a fireball from his Staff of the Magi.
Oh, Staff of the Magi. Okay, that costs
Uno charge.
Oh, Fireball is no charge?
One.
Uno.
1 charge? Okay.
Yeah.
So that is a level 9 Fireball. And spell AoEs. Wizard 3 Fireball. So you can go ahead and move that around, and of course, center of it must be within his line of sight.
I did move one already, so I think that looks good to me. Do you see the one I laid down?
Oh, you already put one down. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Are you still moving it?
Yeah, I'll just look like a couple. I think right there. There's a couple squares backwards I could do. I think that was perfect.
Okay. And no matter what, even if they save, those Bakemono are toast. And actually, I'm going to put that on the token layer. I'm going to lock its position. That's under advanced lock position. There we go. I'm just going to set it to back. There we go. That way I can see the AoE. Alright, so it doesn't get these two guys up here. But
I don't see them. Maybe they're already dead.
yeah, you know what? They already did. So these ones up here all die. Whoops. So I think these... Yeah, should all be gone now in this red AoE. Now I will put it to front, unlock it, and put it on the map layer. There we go. So now there's just a bunch of pile of ash. Alright, Shandrak gets 150 points divided by 2 classes, so that's 75 per class. And then Dead Bakemono, Varen.
Varen, I just measured, can't get to any of them even flying, so he's just going to move.
Okay.
But he is going to fly.
And this Bakemono is going to move as well. It's kind of a snaky bakemono. Snakey. This one is gonna move. This one is dead. This one's alive. So just kind of moving up. And you can see these all around you, these boulders kind of sticking out of the ground. They look like big bowling balls. Asher.
When he gets to the end of his flight path, he's going. When Baron gets to the end of the flight path, he's going to land. I made sure to deduct movement for his vertical flight as well.
Okay. Yep.
Asher is using her ring, so she'll get as close as she can, and we'll see what that distance looks like. Oh no, I forgot to turn her. She'll use her ring now.
That was almost perfect utilization of both of those AoEs. Okay.
It might still be too far for. Well, maybe not. Let's see the range on this one. 2.
Is she gonna shoot with a bow or something?
Yeah.
10, 20, 30.
And it's 22.
Yep, that puts you at medium range.
Sweet.
Oh no, sorry, that's long range. Because
Okay.
out to 10 is short range, out to 20 is medium range, and then out to 30 is long range.
Cool. And then she'll be visible.
Alright, so that one is shieldless. And you managed to hit him. You rolled 13. Looks like your adjustment is correct. It's -5 for long range. And then you have +4 from Dex and plus... Oh, no, sorry. +3 from Dex. Yep. That +4 is strength, and it's not activated on the bow because it is a short bow. You would just break it. And they are... I think they're small creatures. Four feet tall. Yeah, small creatures. So you managed to cause 4 damage to him and kill him. Go ahead and describe how you do so.
Oh, nice. Asher just kind of like looks, and she's miles away. So she pulls her bow out. It's a little dusty. She like kind of dusts it off. She hasn't used it in a while. And she aims, and the thing goes like right through his left eye.
Nice. Let's see. Dead. Zalamond.
Zalmond will jump onto Ruckus and make a check to see if he can take off. He
Very
can.
nice. Yep.
Right, then, charge with Ruckus as far as he can.
Well done.
Fortunately, that's as far as we can go.
Okay. So next would be Varen's multiple attack if he had closed the distance. Same with Mad Moen, and then Varen again. And that should be the end of the round.
Did Buck and Mona that didn't go?
Yeah, they aren't able to close the distance.
Okay. I think at the end of the round, Mad Moen's gonna switch to jog to close the distance.
Okay. Go ahead and jog him. And these last surviving Bakemono just kind of move up 3 squares. Okay, and then end of round. Was anyone else waiting? Okay, we're now in initiative phase. And then if anyone else needs multiple attacks, just let me know. I'm going to start removing the dead Bakemono from the tracker so they don't take up so much space. Is anyone still rolling?
Just gotta populate my multiples. Okay, done.
Alright, is anyone still rolling?
Sound good?
Alright, here we go. First up is Varen.
That's Moen right there, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Wearing full plate mail, big ass axe.
5 will get him here. Goes with the sword.
Alright, these Bakemono are shieldless, negative 15, beats AC 6, you cause 16 damage, and kill him. Go ahead and describe how you do so.
This takes his head clean off, and then steps on his body to go at this one here with a shield.
Alright, it goes crunch as you step on him. And it kind of squeals like a pig a little bit. Okay, that's another hit and another kill. Go ahead and describe how you do so.
This one, his neck breaks as his hip snaps back. Flying shield right to the face. Rolling natural fighting. No natural fighting, so first Talon. At this one, 7 movement.
The sneaky one. Alright, you manage a confirmed crit and you cause 11 damage. Killing it. Go ahead and describe how you do so.
Rips his viscera right out of his stomach.
It's kind of
Eight
snaky
squares.
stomach.
And we're going. What was that, right or left Talon? That was right. Okay, we'll go with left Talon.
just barely hit his shieldless armor class, causing 7 damage and killing him. Go ahead and describe how you do so.
Takes his talon and he, like, because it's so short, he like grabs him by the head, puts him on the ground, like forces him to the ground, and like rips at his spine.
Nice. Ryer.
With a spicy lick of his guitar, he shoots out his own fireball.
Nice.
Very nice.
Okay.
Right there.
1 second.
I can put it to back so you can see better.
No, I can see just perfectly. It's okay.
Looks like you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them there.
Yeah, I'll stick with there.
And so you managed to kill this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one. And why? Oh, because I put it to back. Okay. I'm like, where'd the fireball go? I have so many objects. The shadows of the trees, the vines, the actual ground. So many objects on this map. So Ryer gets 75 points.
Right.
And then this Bakemono, seeing a breath weapon and 2 fireballs and a guy wading through his buddies in melee, is going to have to roll morale. And I'm going to make sure that their morale is correct before I roll it. Their morale is not very good. Yeah, it's pretty shitty actually. It says it's average, but that's not true. Oh, wow. He succeeded and is going to attack Varen. So he comes up to Varen, tries to stab through that shield AC. I'm pretty sure I can only hit him with a 20. So I'm just going to roll a d20, save some time. And he misses. Next up is Brian Druid.
Okay, Brian knows. 6. Come on. 7, 8, 9, 10. And he will try to bite this one.
You managed to bite him to death. Go ahead and describe how you do so.
It's like a little hors d'oeuvre. He just like practically all fits in Brian Druid's mouth and crunch. He's picking out like the small bones. Between his
Okay.
teeth.
And dead Bakemono and then Shandrak. And I should probably just remove these dead ones.
Shandrak unleashes a full power fireball from his memory.
Alright.
There we go.
Looks like you get about 4 or 5 of them there.
Looks good to me.
Yeah.
Oh no, not that one. Yeah, 5.
And oh, okay. I think I accidentally gave you XP for the fireball from the staff.
Yeah, it's okay. I know you said it, but I didn't put it down.
Okay.
So I remember.
So you would get that amount from this one.
Yeah.
3,
Sorry,
4,
set up an
5.
cash account to request money.
To front. LMO. Okay, you also get this one. I think he's in this square here. Alright, next up is surviving Bakemono, who is going to roll morale first. Jeez, he succeeds and runs up to Brine Druid's back. Does Brine Druid want to turn to face?
Yes.
Alright. And he tries to take a spear stab at Brine Druid. Short of melee, same elevation, no mod. No mod. See, that shouldn't be proccing like that. D20, critical fail 1, critical fail 20, critical success. Critical success greater than 18. It doesn't have the AC comparison. Okay. That is line 1, 2. Line 2. Okay. So that is a miss. 1 does not beat AC -1. These next Bakemono are dead. So next up is Mad Moen.
Alright. He'll try to chop this thing in its back if it has one.
It will
Chop,
turn
chop, chop.
to bear its shieldless flank. So shieldless flank, -6 beats AC 6. You hit it for 13 damage, killing it in one shot. Go ahead and describe how you do so.
Yeah, the axe blade comes down, just splits like his head and torso in half.
Very nice. Zalmond.
Come on, we'll try to charge into battle.
Actual charging?
Yeah.
Okay. So that gives you a +2 to hit with your whatever weapon you're using, probably the lance.
Yep.
And then it removes your dexterity bonuses from AC. And increases your wolf's movement rate by 50%.
So that's his normal movement to get him to there. I'm gonna lance and then trample this guy.
Okay. I don't see a +2 to hit on there, so you can re-roll that.
Oh. And that,
Charging gives you a +2 to hit.
I think that's already in the
Oh,
table.
okay.
Because I have a charging attack. So
Okay.
I missed
Yep.
fair and square.
Miss fair and square, and then he gets an attack of opportunity if you're trampling him. Spear against Ruckus. Shorter melee, same elevation, and attacks of opportunity are rear AC. Oh yeah, none in this case. Never mind. This isn't normal. Miscellaneous attack roll modifier +0, and damage roll modifier 0. Ruckus is shieldless, so 12 versus AC 6 is a miss. He gets a saving throw versus paralyzation. They count as Warrior 1. He fails and is now prone. You get +4 to hit him.
Does it take any damage from the trample?
It depends on whether or not you hit him. You have to roll a touch attack with a +4 against his AC.
Okay.
And that's with your wolves, Thaco, not Zalmond. Okay, it's a shieldless Bakemono. 10 versus AC 6 is a miss. So you missed with the trample and the lance, but you were able to knock him prone. Next up is one of the Bakemono. And this Bakemono is going to roll for morale. Wow, even with their shitty morales, this is the third one that has succeeded. He's gonna run right past his buddies up to his dead buddies, that is, up to here. And stop. They can only move 3 squares. Okay, Asher.
Okay. That's 12. She'll use her short bow. This one. So that's gonna be medium range. Does it see her? She's invisible, not stealth.
No, no. These things have no chance of seeing you.
Okay.
Never in a million years. I think one of them have to drink like 3 potions of superheroism just to be able to see you.
Actually, I forgot to roll backstab last time. I just rolled a regular attack, but it's cool. He died.
Yeah.
But I'll roll backstab this time.
It's weird. I don't see Asher's. Oh, okay, there it is.
Oh, and should be visible.
What was your target?
This one in the back.
Okay. So you managed to hit it and cause 30 damage, killing it in 1 shot. Go ahead and describe how you do so.
Just an arrow appears right in his throat, and he like gurgles as he sinks to the ground.
Okay.
Make her visible.
And then, do you have 2 spots on the tracker for Asher? Because you can make a normal arrow shot if you want.
Totally forgot about that. No, I do not.
Do you want to do that or no?
Sure.
Okay. So I added another slot on the tracker. And I'm going to put it in the 113.5 space real quick.
Yep, forgot that.
So for our other players and for our viewers, bows always have at least 2 shots per round, unless the player doesn't want to make the second shot, obviously. But you're entitled to at least 2 shots per round with any bow. Even the tiny little fairy bows do that.
I'd keep that in mind more often for low health enemies.
Yeah. Okay, so dead Bakemono. Dead. Next up is Bombosa.
Alright, he's gonna try to Featherfoot. 2, 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Here. And if successful, he's going to try to backstab what I believe is the last one right here. With a short bow.
Yep, he gets his backstab.
Thank you. Oh, I'm facing him the wrong way.
It's actually really hard for me to tell how many are left right now. So it's super easy for you guys to tell because you can actually see the token.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing a bunch of dead tokens because I got it on the GM layer. Okay, so this one is prone. You get a +4 to hit him. Also, he is technically in a melee right now because Varen is right here.
Yeah.
Did you roll for called shot?
Oh, no,
Initiative?
I didn't.
Okay. Do you want to risk it? It's a very, very, I mean, the difference between a medium creature and a small creature is very slim. However, you do have a higher chance of hitting Varen than hitting him, but I doubt you could beat Varen's armor class.
That's true. Yeah, I'll go ahead and take it, and then... Yeah, I doubt I can beat Varen's armor class as well.
So the difference is basically 3 to 2. So if you roll a d5, 1 through 3 you're gonna hit Varen, and then 4 and 5 you're gonna hit your target. It's a /r space d5. Okay, I'll roll it. Slash R. Okay.
I just did.
You hit Varen, so go ahead and roll to hit Varen.
Oh, okay. I should have done that before I rolled the thing. Okay.
And it's not... Oh, it is a backstab, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. I doubt you're going to hit him, though, because it's... he's left-handed, so it's shieldless flank. I still don't think you're going to hit him. Oh, yeah, it's a backstab, so it's back attack. Yeah, 9 versus AC -2, it's not going to work.
Not even close. What are you
Varen.
doing?
Yeah, really?
I'm sorry, you are very close.
So Varen also gets +4 to hit because the target is prone. And prone target, shieldless AC -14 beats AC 6. You cause 13 damage, killing it. Go and describe how you do so.
He's on the ground. Varen's just gonna, real business-like, just take his sword and put it right through his heart.
Okay, I'm just gonna check the tracker. Yeah, I don't see any more Bakemono on the tracker. Okay, so end of round.
Nice fireball, Shandrak.
Yeah,
Good fire breath.
and
I needed that light.
apparently combat is over. And the mood returns to normal. You guys catch your breath and whatnot. And first up is Shandrak.
Just me or all my people?
Shandrak and company, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So looks all good. Moan will kind of swing to clean the blood off his blade and head back to camp. And now that actually, let me double check. Oh, yeah. So that'll be all for me today. Right this round.
All right. Zalman and company, because isn't Tenzi asleep?
Renzi and Astro are sleeping
Yeah.
the sleep of angels. And Zalman rides Ruckus back over to the tent to stand guard over them. And that'll be it for us.
And Asher and company.
Yeah, they're all gonna head back to camp. Brandor is still trying to pick one of them out of his teeth.
All right. And there were 60, or no, 36. 36 Bakemono. They were worth 15 points each. There are 3 player characters. Asher, how many NPCs do you have?
6.
And then Tenzi, you have 1 that earns XP, yeah?
Yeah.
And then Shandrak, how many NPCs?
3.
So that's 10 NPCs. So all 36 were defeated. And they have... one hit die. And then warriors and bards, you got the actual bard, you got the samurai, the paladin, you got the...
No samurai.
No samurai. You do have the berserker. And Anatar is part fighter. And so is Karanglor.
Yeah. I have 4 people with fighter.
Okay. So that's 4, and then the berserker, the paladin. So that's 6. Oh, 7, because of the actual bard. And for the rest of the night, there are no encounters. The wind kind of picks up a little and dies down again. So October 13th. Fall. And the next day on the 13th, road maps, Andrea. Central. Go ahead and figure out your slowest character's movement rate. If I'm not mistaken, it was the mules.
Yeah, anything that moves at 12
Is that
and
24?
everything has everything has unfailing endurance.
Okay. So I'll move you back to...
I almost feel like there was actually I think there might have been a heavy warhorse that was slower than 12. Am I remember that correctly?
I think heavy warhorses are 12.
Okay,
Or no.
we should be fine then.
It's heavy warhorses are 15. It's
Oh, okay.
like
I don't know what I
draft.
was thinking about then.
Draft
Should be fine.
horses. A fine horse. Yeah, draft horses are 12, heavy war horses are 15. And then it goes up to 18 and then 24 for the light war horse. Um, wild horses are 24. Riding horses are 24. Mules are 12. I think those are the slowest creatures in the party. So back out to Central Adria.
Sorry, before we continue with the next day, after the naps and stuff, I wanted to try to learn some more spells with Ryer.
Ah. So okay. So after the naps would be 10 p.m. Alright, so 10 p.m. Everyone wakes up from the second nap. And Shandrak and company.
Ryer calls over Chandrak. Hey, Chief, come here again. Think I can get something off of you? He's like, yeah. And Ryer will try to enter inner focus to see if he can raise his intelligence. Not this time. He will try his thaumaturgy. Alright, a little bit better. And Ryer is going to try to. Well, first he'll cast Read Magic. And then he's going to copy. Going to try to copy Chandrak Leoman's hidden chest.
Okay. Let's see that roll.
Oh, alright, yeah. So. Yay, hooray. Alright.
Nice. And of course, you ignore the new page count and use Chandrak's page count.
Yes, and actually, a while ago, Ryer bought a second spellbook. Could you please add that under him?
Let's see. What's he gonna name it?
Melody of Solynod.
Oh, that's nice.
Okay. And Chandrak. Ryer. There you go.
All right. And Ryer will also he'll call over hey Karangor. Let's say to you if you buy that fly spell off of you for 3 sapphires.
I believe we can do business.
Sapphires are worth
All right.
1,000 GP each, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Yeah.
Fingers
This
crossed.
fly is a 3rd level spell, so that's 3,000 GP.
Let's see if he can do it. Ah! Oh, sorry, Karangor. This seems way too complicated.
Mm. And he kind of looks at the spell and he's like, "It does not seem so complicated to me. Perhaps with more study."
Yeah, I'll get back to you.
If in the future you wish to study this again and attempt to grasp it, it will still be available to you.
Thank Karangor.
Anything else?
So I also would like to uh so yeah, Shandrak would get one of the books that he bought in Enervia, one of the big library books, and he's going to start copying some spells into that book. So if you could add another book for
So
me.
you bought traveling spell books. Like
I
they're
bought
all.
I bought traveling and library spell book. I bought both versions.
Do you remember what session that was?
I mean, it was last time we were in town.
Because I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more spell books, all controlled by you, and they're all traveling spell books.
Yeah, I bought a lot of spellbooks that day. You didn't add all of them to my character sheet at the time, though. I
Yeah,
bought
I
7
don't
traveling
remember you
spellbooks.
asking for library spell books, just traveling ones.
I did. I bought the 7 of them.
7 library spell books?
Yeah,
Okay. You're aware those have really bad saving throws. They save as paper.
I understand.
Okay.
These are for long-term storage.
Um. So that's pre-made sheets, library spell book. You bought 7 library spell books.
Yes. I bought 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, I put them on the mules. So I got 7 libraries and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 regular blank spellbooks. I put them on the mules.
Okay, library spell book. And in Shandrak's journals, edited by Shandrak. Save changes. Edit. So that's 1, 2, 3. Four, 5, and for some reason it's not carrying over your copy status. The fuckles. Delete. Weird. It's not duplicating your access status. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. this one's not duplicating. Yeah, it's not duplicating anymore. Okay, so there's that one. And I guess I'll do all these other ones manually. It's very strange. Let's see if this one copies. Edit, duplicate. Nope. Are you able to access that one that I showed you? Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Oh, yes. So I am able to see and edit that. And so Chandrak is going to cast 5 copy spells into this. And I'm going to copy Anti-Magic Shell, Eye Bite, Project Image, Repulsion, and Shades. And this spellbook is titled Chandrak Spell Compendium, The Sixth Circle. And that should be all for me. Thank you for that.
Okay, just go ahead and check the spell list again on it, because I just edited.
Yep, looks good to me.
Okay. And I'll just finish putting your name on these ones. And these library spellbooks, once they are full, they start counting towards your library as well.
Oh, nice.
And full is kind of subjective, you know, like it's, if you have 1 page left, obviously you're probably not going to be able to fit a spell into it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd say if it's, you know, you got like 95 pages full, it's full.
Mm-hmm.
So that's it.
Yeah, that'll be all for this night. I'm ready for more
Okay.
adventure.
Central. Movement rate of the slowest entity in the party is 24. Oh, you know what? I think you are correct. Heavy war horses, force marching, don't double their movement rate if they're ridden. They, yeah. If mounts multiply, yeah. So you're moving at 20. It'd be rounded down for players, so you're moving at 22, not 24. Yeah, you were totally right. Okay, submit.
Great.
Party leaves the current terrain in say 8 miles. And we are in, I think it was medium forest. And into which terrain will the party travel? Desert, rocky. So you're able to move 18 miles, and I need to roll desert encounters. Random encounters. Special Oriental Adventures. Oh, I didn't roll forest. I think I rolled forest for like Europe. So October 13, 1185. 8 miles and 18 miles, roughly. It's roughly half. 4 p.m. So no encounters in the forest, and then you make it into the desert around, say, a little bit before noon. October 13, 1185, spring or fall. All right. So as you are traveling through the forest, the wind is pretty calm, and you have no encounters. You reach the edge of the woods, and you notice that the kind of stony floor of the forest suddenly gets stonier towards the edge of the forest, and it gets really rocky. And then as you move out of the woods, the grass is kind of like dying off, and there's a lot of rocks. And then eventually you hit sand, and with rocks mixed in. It's not like sand dunes. It's just flat with rocky terrain, kind of like New Mexico. And you are able to move 18 miles. And I'm assuming you're turning immediately east and skirting the lake.
Yeah.
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 Okay. And you make it there. And at the end of the day, you find a suitable campground. And the party is now turned east. So now there are strong winds. And the terrain is very rocky and flat. And you can see for a long, long ways. Let's see, dynamic lighting, daylight mode on. And you find a spot that's as good as any for camping. You find some old petrified wood you can use as like benches, and there are bushes you can cut down to build fires, and maybe even some wood that's not petrified. There are these weird like cacti everywhere, and some like boulder-sized rocks about 5 feet in diameter. And then the ground is very rocky. There's what appears to be like ancient riverbeds even, where the rocks are like round pebbles. And of course, they've been mostly covered in dust. But there are rounded rocks available if needed for like slings and whatnot. And you can go ahead and set up camp. There's enough wood and plants to build, dried plants to build fires. Dead trees and whatnot, as well as indigenous trees that are pretty much dry enough to just rip a limb off and set it aflame. But it's you notice that the air here is very, very arid compared to where you just were. And off to the northeast, you're able to see in plain view the volcano, and you can see its glow from miles off. It has sort of like a red glow atop it, and the glow is coming out from a depression at the top. And every once in a while you can see spew going into the air. So, very active volcano. There are copious amounts of billowing smoke coming up from it, but the wind is like moving in the opposite direction. So you can see it kind of as the sun goes down. You can see the smoke going in the opposite direction. And the winds now are very strong. It makes it a little difficult to build fires, but you have flint and steel. So just a little bit of engineering, and you are able to, set things alight. You sort of figure out you need to build like little fire shields out of earth so you can get the plants to light. And it's really windy, like the desert scene in Conan the Barbarian, when they're trying to bring him back to life or whatever, or bring him out of the coma, and there's all that wind, and Valeria's hair is just kind of whipping in the wind, Real windy out here. And as you start the fires, I think most characters here have long hair anyways, except for like Tenzi and the avatar of Lao Tzu. So everyone's hair is just kind of wildly blowing. Oh, and Moen's hair is short too. I think it's he keeps it kind of cropped. Oh, that's right. He has a mohawk. Yeah, black mohawk. So he has no issues when he pulls his helmet off with the wind. At least with his hair. The wind does tend to dry your eyes and stuff like that. So everyone's intake of water is going up slowly. It's, dark now, so things are kind of chilly. But, so you guys go through, your first guard shift and whatnot. And then the second one rolls around. And then just as the sun is coming up the next day, go ahead and set yourselves up for an encounter at 5 o'clock in the morning. It's during the third shift. So I think all the spellcasters are awake. There are very few characters that are asleep at this time. I think it's the characters who didn't partake in the naps and were awake, were awake for the first guard shift. Those are the only characters that are asleep. I'm pretty sure. So the wind is super loud. and it kind of makes it hard to hear, but the sun is coming up. And that makes you able to see, you know, silhouettes on the horizon and whatnot. Okay, and I don't think you guys are going to get surprised, but I'm going to roll anyways just to make sure. Enemy's modifier surprise the party is going to be +0, and your modifier surprise the party, or the enemy party is going to be +1 because you're in excess of 10 creatures, but I don't think you're in excess of 20 yet. There's no surprise, and encounter distance is oh yeah, technically it is nighttime, so it's at the edge of someone's light. Alright, so at approximately 5 in the morning, as the sun is peeking up over the horizon in the east, Ashriel, you can see in the distance of your infravision. I'm going to kind of turn. I'm going to turn daylight mode on, but I'm going to turn brightness way down. Alright, so at the edge of your light radius, or edge of your infravision, to the northeast, you can see a group. It looks like a scorpion family coming towards you. There are 2 parents and 4 offspring. And they just kind of come around this log over here. So 2 giant scorpions come around the side of the log. There's one over here, or the sides of the log, and one over here. And then you can see their little clutch of babies coming with them. And you don't sense any evil coming from them, but you can tell by the way they're snapping their claws as they approach that they're probably hungry. And you can see poison dripping from their stingers. So what does Ashriel do?
Ashriel will communicate telepathically with them and urge them to seek their dinner elsewhere.
Okay. Oh, wow. once you do that, you do not sense a psyche whatsoever. As though they don't have conscious thought. And they continue approaching. As though they were like automatons. You sense no intelligence. Yeah, even on the offspring.
He just kind of sighs and gets the Nodachi ready and calls out to the others, scorpions approaching.
And so the green ones are medium creatures. They're 5 to 6 feet long. They're known as giant scorpions. And then the smaller ones are... They're also medium, but they're only 4 feet long. So they're almost adults. And we're now in initiative phase. And does anyone want to take a break?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay. So we'll finish our initiatives and during the break. And so for our viewers, I've got 3 minutes of pre-roll ads. We'll come back 2 minutes after the pre-roll ads are done. So we'll take a 5-minute break starting now. And we are back. Okay, does anyone need multiple attacks?
2 for Varen, please.
One
Oh no,
for
I'm sorry.
Mullen.
He's testing a spell. I forgot.
One for Moen. Okay, one for Moen.
One for Ashriel.
One for Ashriel. Lao Tzu is...
Keep forgetting he's around.
No, that takes way too long. Holy crap. Jeez. Takes 10 rounds to cast that. Probably just gonna cast... Sure, he'll cast Wall of Fire. We have... Priest. I'm actually not sure if I did Priest Wall of Fire yet. And I did not. So Priest Wall of Fire.
Can you hear me?
I hear you now.
Okay, cool.
5th level priest spell. Casting time is 8. There we go. And initiative Wall of Fire. Okay, is anyone still rolling? Alright, here we go. Oh yeah, it's new day, so it's 5 a.m. October the 14th, 11 AE5. Time is the only thing that goes negative. Okay, for some reason, first up is one of the giant scorpions at 4.58. Shandrak, what's your initiative on here?
It's the same. It's 6.11.
Okay, I still have you from the other page, I guess.
Oh, right.
So I just deleted it. Alright, so this giant scorpion, let's see. They move at 15. So it just kind of waltzes right up to Ashrael and attacks. Is Ashrael covered by stone skin?
I do not
What time is
believe
it right now?
Say again.
What time is it again?
What?
Living.
Oh, then, yeah, technically, yeah, Stone Skin gets cast a couple hours from now.
Is he even one of the characters that gets it though?
Yeah, Ashrael is right now. Yeah.
Okay, at what level?
13.
So he loses 3 stone skin charges cast the previous day. Because stone skin lasts for 24 hours. So the scorpion comes up to him and snap, snap, sting. And 3 stone skin charges shatter. Alright, next up is Shandrak.
Well, I hear a lot of skittering, but I only see one enemy clearly right now, so Chandrak is just holding his spell.
Okay. Another giant scorpion comes out of the darkness. And waltzes right up to Ashrael. Snap, snap, sting! 3 more stone skin charges shatter. Brine Druid.
Roll for movement, so he's at the table where they're doing the Hero's Feast, because according to the spell, it summons a magnificent table and chairs, so he's,
Oh, yeah.
up now. He's like, great job. Keep it up.
So there's this banquet table, right?
Oh, lovely. Okay.
I don't know if that's where you wanted to summon it.
That's fine, yep. I'll just put my
Okay.
people who are eating Hero's Feast over there.
And then Bombosa.
Yeah, he butters some toast. He's like, yes, you are doing an excellent job.
Karen Glora.
Will you please hand me the orange?
Erdrin.
Erdrin is going to go into his tent and hide in shadows.
Okay. It seems he's. checks. Nope, that's the necklace. Alright. Ryer.
Ryer's not casting, but he is also going to wait right now.
Tenzi.
As he comes running up from where he was on watch, and sees the hero feast set up, so he gets himself a seat at the table, calls for Zalman. Breakfast is on, and that'll be it for Tenzi.
Asher.
Oh, Tenzi, good, you're here. I got saved this I saved this cider especially for you. Give it to him.
Okay, one of the huge scorpions comes out of the darkness. And I believe Asriel is immune to poison, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, these scorpions are not as fast. But they're able to get there nonetheless. Let's see, he will move to here, then here, then here. Which way is Asriel facing?
He'll let the little fella have a side attack.
Okay. So the claw attack shatters Asriel's final stone skin charge. And he comes back around with his left claw against Asriel's shieldless flank. One versus AC -1 is a miss, and then the sting. Natural 20, causing 6 damage to Asriel, unless Asriel has weapon immunity.
Yeah, he does.
+2. Okay,
Yep.
so let's see here. Combat, weapon immunity. Okay, no damage and no poison. He's immune to the huge scorpions. Oh, wow. And the giant scorpions. Right on. Let's see. Jim.
Jim was in the middle of a mouthful of porridge, and he says, "Maybe we should have." And then he sees that Astriel like takes all of these swipes and like seems fine. He's like, "Never mind," and he just keeps eating.
Next huge scorpion. Walks past Ashriel. Next up is Anatar.
Natar kind of looks over his shoulder and says, says, "Darren, don't miss that one, don't miss that one, mate." And goes back to eating a platter of cucumbers.
Nummy. Another huge scorpion comes out of the darkness. And goes right past Ashriel. Next up is Mad Moen.
I think. Yeah, he's also gonna wait because he sees Chandrak's trying to cast.
Okay. Zalman.
Zalman gets out of the tent, leads Ruckus over to the table, and starts eating the Hero's Feast. And he keeps sneaking stuff over the Ruckus.
Aww.
Varen.
Aaron's gonna cast Hold Animal. That is range. And looking for, okay, 40 by 40 by 40 cube. That's plenty. So he gets to pick 4 animals, and he's gonna choose this one, this one, this one, this one. Since he picked 4, they'll make that save straight, no negatives.
Okay, the 3 huge scorpions are going to save as a group. Where's the spell? No penalty. They count as warrior 1. No, not warrior 1. They count as warrior 5. So they fail and are held. And the giant scorpion counts as level 6. Warrior 6. And save successfully. What's the duration on this hold?
20 rounds.
Okay, so we'll call it hold 1. Tracker. Hold one. You said 20 rounds?
Yes.
Alright, Asher.
Asher. Oh, no, I think that might be old. I think I already
Oh.
went.
Okay. The last huge scorpion comes out of the darkness. Moves right past Ashriel. Next up is Ashriel.
Nodachi to the one in front of him. All the while, he's trying to communicate telepathically. You should not have come here. You should not have come here.
And you don't even sense an intelligence as you try to communicate telepathically. Alright. Yeah, rolls a 1, and the avatar of Lao Tzu creates a wall of fire. We'll say it will be a circular wall of fire to contain the scorpions inside the circle with Ashriel. And so there is no saving throw for that one. Spell AoEs. Wizard 5. Maybe it's 4. Yeah. Wall of fire round. It doesn't need to be quite that big. Well, maybe that's not the best idea. Let's see. I think I can make it a little smaller. There we go. Okay, so this mule gets a saving throw, and Lao Tzu. Also gets a saving throw.
I think that donkey was Matthias's. 'Cause I can't click on that one.
Me neither.
Kel? Okay. Yeah. Okay, and then Lao Tzu. Save. Versus spell with a +2 for being a high level druid. Counts as druid 12, so priest 12. Not multi-class, not triple class. And he saves, so he is displaced into the square here, taking no damage. And the duration of the priest wall of fire is until he drops concentration or $12 rounds. So, and he's just kind of standing there going with a fist against the palm of the other hand, and he's like concentrating. Next up is Mad Moen.
Well, he is not equipped to run through a ring of fire. So, Mad Moen, feeling his belly a little rumbling, is going to join the table.
Ashriel.
Roll the poopy.
End of round.
Am I able to cast a fireball into a wall of fire, or would it just hit the wall on and explode outside?
So you can't see past
That's right, exactly. Yeah.
the inner ring, but the wall of fire itself is not a solid wall. Like spell AoEs can go inside, so you
So
can
like
put
you'd have to cast the center outside.
let's see, ellipse. Right about there, maybe. And that's a little too big. So probably like that. And I'll move it. So you're unable to see past this circular wall bit,
Mm-hmm.
but you can center your fireball AoE right up against the wall, and the other half of it will go inside.
Hmm. All right, let's try it.
Astral got surrounded by scorpions and all of a sudden he's in a freaking fire and a fireball.
That's okay. Astral's gonna just fly out of there.
Sweet.
So you should be able to move that. And as soon as it stops, that's where it stops.
Okay.
Because it has its own hitbox and everything.
Hmm. Yeah, I think I'll try that.
.34 fire damage. Okay, you hit 3 of the scorpions, and I'll give them a group save.
Two of them are held.
That's right. The ones that are held will fail their save automatically. The other one does get a spell save. Wait a minute. Yeah. No modifier. Counts as Warrior 4. No, Warrior 5. That one saves and takes half damage, so that's 17. The other 2 die.
Nice.
um, so end of round. Was anyone else waiting?
Yeah, Ryer's not feeling quite as quite confident as Shandrak, so he's posing up. It's like, oh, excuse me, Tens, excuse me, and he's getting some putting some jam on bread.
Oh,
This is fun. We should have combat during the feast more often.
okay. Initiative phase, and you can remove the poo-poo from Ashriel. Is anyone still rolling?
Yeah.
Anyone still rolling? No? Okay. First up is the giant scorpion. Its attacks are ineffective. Next up is the giant scorpion. Its attacks are ineffective. Next up is Chandrak.
So Shandrak saw all the him Astral tank all the jabs and everything like no problem. So Shandrak will say, come here, come here. Squeeze in, squeeze in. What do we got? So they'll get like a piece of magic chicken leg.
Bombosa.
He sees he sees the chicken Shandrak is going for, and he's like, he takes his fork and he skewers the piece like right next to Shandrak's hand and pulls a bit toward himself.
Shandrak reaches towards another bird and pulls a wing off of it.
Brine Druid.
Yeah, Brown Druid is going to yeah, he's gonna crunch down on a bit of squab himself.
Karangor.
Yes, just eating Hero's Feast.
Okay, Mad Moen.
Yeah, he's trying to fill his belly.
Tenzi.
And he's also eating, enjoying the feast.
Asher.
Asher is going to try to just gonna try to sneak a bit off of Friar's plate.
Hey, there's plenty to go around. Come on, what are you doing?
And Jim.
He's eating.
Okay. Anatar.
He's eating as well.
And the huge scorpion. That is not held. Is gonna come over to this log and hop on it behind Ashriel. And snip, snip, sting, and nothing. Ryer.
Ryan's gonna reach over for the salts and then like pour a bunch over after his plate.
Food fight!
Gotta make a dex throw to see if I can get out of the way fast enough.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, you get your plate up with days of time left before the salt hits it. See, that's the held huge scorpion. Next up is Ashriel.
Astral again tries to communicate telepathy, but he says, "Well, boys, I think I gotta go." And he's gonna do one Nodachi swing on the one in front of him, and then he's gonna fly straight up.
And they all make opportunity attacks, and nothing happens. Alright, it's shieldless. -5 beats AC3. You cause 15 damage to it.
How tall is the wall of fire?
20 feet.
I'm gonna go 30 feet up. I'll go 35 feet up, and then that's 7. Fly out of the and then come down and land next to Lao Su avatar. And tell him there's still some in there.
And he doesn't do anything. He's just got his fist to his palm going,
Alright, that'll be it for Astro.
Varen.
Aaron is going to come over to where Ashriel and Lasu are and says, are they all dead?
No. 3 are alive and moving, 1 seems to be held.
Aaron just was gonna draw a sword and grip it and just keep a lookout ahead, and we're all just watching the world burn.
Erdrin.
Erdrin Featherfoot's out of the tent, sees the wall of fire, and sees what looks like everybody is out here, and almost everybody's at the table, so he will Featherfoot his way over to the table. And he will appear out of stealth as he's like grabbing a roll from Tenzi's plate.
Okay. Ashriel? Multiple attack, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to fly back in there. Yeah, I guess I'm not going to take the attack. But I'll ask Varen if if there's something he can do in there, or else I guess Asheville will take matters into his own hand.
Aaron says, 1 second, I guess. I was looking for this before I ran out of time. What level is Wall of Fire? Oh, I just looked at
Fourth.
on fourth, okay.
Oh wait, it's a priest version, so 5th. The priest
This is
version
my
is 5th
stuff.
level.
Yes, alright, cool. Yeah, he does have it. So, Varen saw how Shandrak put his fireball through the wall of fire, and Varen says, yes, wait a moment.
Asheville nods, but he's going to get some altitude in case he has to do something next round. So he's going to fly up 4 squares.
Is there anything else anyone else that was waiting is going to do? Okay, we're in initiative phase. And actually, those scorpions are contained for as long as Lao Tzu continues to concentrate. And even then, there's 12
That's why I
rounds
could-
afterward.
That's why I couldn't find it last round. I will, I guess, cast the wizard version, because I don't think it's on the priest spells.
Yeah, I haven't made the priest version yet.
I thought I was crazy. I'm looking last round and couldn't find it.
Is that what Jim's doing?
That's what Varen's gonna do
Oh, Varen.
next round.
Just add 4 segments to that because the priest version is 8 segments. So he would go on 18, 17.
Sweet.
Is anyone still rolling? Avatar of Lao Tzu is going to let go of concentration, which means wall of fire now has a 12-round duration. And he is going to cast yeah, he begins casting Earthquake. Spells and powers. Priest. 7. Earthquake. And that will take 10 rounds. Alright, is anyone still rolling? Okay. So, hold 1, 18 rounds left. Wall of Fire, 11 rounds left. Allow 2 is casting Earthquake, 9 rounds left. And all those are the end of this round. Time now is 2 a.m. First up is a Giant Scorpion. Doesn't have a fucking target, so it just kind of lays down. That one lays down. Next up is Shandrak.
Shedrick begins pouring himself some tea.
Brian Druid.
Eating those bombos on Karen Glore.
Mad Moen. Shandrak, you there?
Yeah, same with him. He's just digging in with both hands.
Tenzi.
Just eating.
Asher.
I'm also eating.
Jim.
Eating as an attack. Asher picks a little of the salt from that fell on the table and uses it to season her food.
Huh. Ryer.
He just has kind of an arm over his plate now as he's eating.
Ashriel.
He's gonna hold his action.
Varen.
Aaron is going to cast Wall of Fire, and he wants to start it. He wants it to be a wall. He wants to start it just outside of the, just outside of the Ring of Fire. Oh, ruler. Come on. Yeah, so he wants to. Ruler. Yeah, he wants to start it roughly here. And he wants it to go across. Of course, it's going to go in both directions, but he wants to make it as small as he can, starting outside the ring.
Sorry. Go ahead and move it now.
Very fine. Thank you. Okay, so the middle has to be outside the ring, so... Can you make it just a little bit bigger, please? I guess 20 feet bigger. Yeah, I'm happy. Oh no, wait. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Some scorpions.
Okay. I'm guessing you don't want to hit friendlies with it.
No. Oh, it has to go that direction? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I misunderstood. Yeah, I do want it smaller then. I thought
Well,
it was
it
going
can-
the other direction.
It can go.
Horizontally?
It can go that. It can go into the circle like that. Because on the wall of fire, The actual wall is on the back side of it, so that's what blocks the semi-solid objects from going into each other.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to not hit friendlies with it. Yeah, I thought it was horizontal to the caster. I must have got it wrong.
Yeah, it probably should be.
It,
So
is,
it'd be
it
like,
says it says vertical in respect to the caster. You are right.
should probably be like this.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do. If that is possible, but I think it might say vertical in respect to the caster because I'm reading it now and might have been mistaken.
That is vertical.
Oh, okay, beautiful. Love that.
Yeah. That just means you can't make like a sheet across the ground.
Okay,
of
cool.
fire sticking 20 feet in the air.
Yes, that's what I envisioned.
And then there we go.
Let me hit the damage button.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta hit Varen first. Okay.
FX4 FX Wizard 4 Wildfire. And visible to players, all players. Save changes. Okay, try rolling it one more time. Should work this time. There we go.
There we go.
Okay. And of course, one of them gets a saving throw. Saves. Spell. No modifier. Warrior 5. Not multi-classed or triple-classed. 0 successes. Okay. So those two take 3 damage each. And next up is Airdrin.
Airdrin is also just even.
And Ashriel.
I'm seeing the other wall of fire go up. He's just going to land and watch with interest.
And Lao Tzu is still casting. Okay, end of round. Was anyone waiting? Okay. Initiative phase. And we'll also take a 5-minute break. And for viewers, I've got 3 minutes of pre-roll ads, and we'll come back 2 minutes after the pre-roll ads are up. 5 minutes starting now. Whoa, what the hell? There we go.
Jack, are you there?
What's up?
I was just say because I know you watch anime too. I just
Yeah.
watched Blue Eye Samurai, which I don't know what took me so long, but I just finished it. And I didn't know if you'd watched it.
No, I hadn't heard of that one. Is that new?
It's on Netflix. They've been recommending it to me for probably upward of a month now, and it's good. And I'll have my husband watch, and he doesn't even watch anime, and we're gonna finish it together.
Nice. I'll
I've
check
already
that
watched it.
out.
I've already watched it through once. It's only 8 episodes for the first season, but I'm gonna watch it again
Okay,
with him.
nice. It's cool. Yeah, in my local theater, they've been they've been doing like past few months. They've been doing Studio Ghibli films. It's like Studio
No
Ghibli
way!
Fest or something like that. So I've been watching a bunch of old ones that like I never had a chance to see before.
That's so cool. Yeah. Oh, are they screening them? I thought you meant they were acting them out, but that's still very
Oh
cool.
no. yeah. Yeah. Like I've seen what was it? I saw that new one, Boy and the Heron. That was really good.
And there's a ton I haven't got a chance to see. That'd be awesome.
And Castle in the Sky, that's a really good one too.
Oh, I gotta watch.
It's cool too because like some of them, especially the old ones, like that one's like from the '80s. It's like when you watch it, it's like okay, yeah, like you can see a lot of the art style that like influenced a bunch of later fantasy stuff.
Yeah, there's not much like the animation from the 80s and early 90s. And we watched some messed up stuff too.
Oh yeah.
Looking back, we're like, oh, this is a weird thing they made for us kids.
I remember actually when I was after I saw a castle in the sky. There was I, I was looking stuff. I saw this one Reddit thread about it, which is like really funny. That like said apparently, um, so like at like the end, like this like the magical like castle like goes all the way up like into space, and then
No
like
way.
but there's like animals and stuff living on it. So like
Yeah.
some children were like sad, like, "Oh no, are the animals okay?" And
Are
like Miyazaki's like, "Yes, don't worry. There's a magic shell around it. All the animals are fine. Don't worry."
okay. Good save. You leave it to kids though to be like, wait a minute.
Yeah. And, you know, especially like one of those things like, no, we want this ending to be uplifting. We don't want you to be sad.
Yeah. Such a beautiful creator when it comes to. You might want them to learn more traditionally what lessons. You know, a lot of people might think they're too young to learn.
Mm-hmm.
And we are back. Okay. So we just had initiative phase. And I will sort the tracker now. So there's 17 rounds left on the hold animal spell. 10 rounds left on the duration of the wall of fire. 8 rounds left on the casting of earthquake by Lao Tzu. And time now is 5:03 a.m. First up, giant scorpion can't do anything. There's a wall of fire right in front of it, and it just kind of lays down, doesn't do anything. Shandrak.
Still just enjoying the magic meal.
All right. The other giant scorpion does the same thing. I'm going to give them like a weight tag. So they have something that comes in the circle they can act. Bombosa.
Honestly, my plans are pretty simple. All my people are gonna eat except for Varen, who's gonna try to char these scorpions to death.
Okay. Ryer.
Yes, things seem contained, so Ryer is just gonna eat.
And Tenzi and Company.
Tenzi's just going to eat. Astro's going to wait till the end of the round, and he's going to see if he can fly up high enough to look inside the wall and see if the scorpions survive whatever's going on this round.
Yeah. Okay, the huge scorpion's gonna move out of the wall of fire. Well, not the held one, but the other one is. So it doesn't get burned. And I think it's supposed to make a saving throw. Counts as Warrior 5. Okay, it fails its save and takes another 3 damage. As it moves out of the wall of fire. And the other one just takes the damage because it's still held. And Varen.
I'm just concentrating on that wall because his rough math makes him think that it's going to be hard for them to get out of all of the damage.
And then Avatar of Lao Tzu is still casting Earthquake. And end of round, you said Asheville wanted to do something.
Yeah, he wants to fly up. If he can fly up high enough to get an angle to look inside the wall, the ring of fire and the wall of fire to see if all of the scorpions are being affected or not.
Yeah, and he sees this.
So that back row, then they're not being affected, as far as I can tell.
As far as you can tell, no.
Okay.
And you can see that this one is still held and is cooking slowly.
About how many squares would I have to go up to do that?
So the heat from the fire, it only says it goes parallel to the ground. So you only have to go up 4 squares, 20 feet.
All right, so I'll go up 4 squares, survey the situation, fly back down, and tell Varen that the situation where the back ones don't seem to be affected right now, but at least one's being cooked.
Baron nods.
And that'll be it for Asheville.
All right. Let's see. So we're in initiative phase. Is anyone still rolling? No? Alright, here we go. So Hold has 16 rounds left, while Fire 1 has 9 rounds left. Lao Tzu
Well,
casting
Baron drops
Earthquake. Okay,
Baron drops
drops concentration.
has dropped concentration.
Okay, so Varen Wall of Fire. What's the duration of his Wall of Fire?
14.
The first Wall of Fire has 9 rounds left. Lao Tzu has 7 rounds left to cast Earthquake. Time now is 5:04 a.m. October the 14th, 11:85. First up is Ashriel.
Yep, he's going to wait till the end.
Varen.
Baron is going to jog. 6. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 18, 19, 1, 22, 23, 24. And he says, I will try one over here then. But jogging was his action, so that's it for now.
Okay. Mad Moment.
He's still just eating. That's all my people are doing.
Ryer?
Same. He's just eating.
Tinsy.
Timothy and company are enjoying Heroes Feast, except for Asheril. At the end of the round, he'll again kind of fly up and reconnoiter.
Asher.
Eating. So is Jim and Danatar.
Okay. End of round. Asheril.
He's going to fly up 4 squares and just keep an eye on the scorpion.
Okay. You can still see that.
Gotcha. That'll be it for him.
All right. End of round. And we're in initiative phase. Is anyone still rolling? Initiative. All right, here we go. Airdred.
Still eating.
Brian Druid.
Eating. So is Karangor.
Tenzi.
Tenzi and Zalmond are eating.
Baron.
It's going to cast a wall of fire that's basically a mirror image of the one that he cast on the other side.
Okay.
We're gonna kill them with geometry.
We are boxing them in.
Okay.
so many spell levels in these fucking scorpions.
I know
It's
it's
a
an
little
interesting
obscene,
problem. It's an interesting
Yeah.
problem to work through.
Yeah. And honestly, it's not a terrible, like, it's not a terrible strategy to kind of work through in low stakes fight
Exactly. Yep.
if you wanted to use it again.
Exactly.
Okay, now the two giant scorpions are gonna save as a group to try to get out of the hot part of the wall of fire and into the cool part. So save spell, no modifier. They count as warrior 6. Alright, they both pass. And are now in the cool part of the wall of fire. And then the huge scorpion does the same thing. Save versus spell. As a warrior 5 instead of 6. And passes as well. So go ahead and roll wall of fire damage. And all 4 of the remaining scorpions are going to take the 20-foot damage, which ended up being just the same. Alright, so 1 scorpion dies. One giant scorpion takes 4 damage. And
Does
a
being
huge
pushed to
scorpion.
the cool part of their wall of fire push them into the hot part of Lasu's wall of fire?
No,
Okay.
because it's 25-foot diameter circular wall of fire. So there's a 5-foot space in the middle.
Okay.
Let's see, Shandrak.
Chandrak here is popping and cooking, so he just keeps enjoying his meal. Sandrak's still just feasting.
Okay, Ashriel.
Asher's going to hold to the end of the round. Could he fly like and be like hovering above in that non-heated part of the ring of fire like that scorpion is?
So there is no non-heated part. There's a
Oh,
heat part and a fire part, and they're in the heat
okay.
part.
All right. All right. He's just gonna watch then to see what happens. And what was that? Okay,
Okay.
he's done.
Mad Bowen.
Still just feasting. Still feasting.
And the Avatar of Lao Tzu is still casting. End of round. Was anyone waiting?
Yeah. So the status now is all of these scorpions but one are being affected by the walls of fire.
You don't know. You haven't gone in to look or gone over, flown over to look.
Okay, I was holding my action so I'll do that now.
Okay, this is what you see. So you can see this area of heat in between the two walls of fire. And then here's a fire area and another fire area.
So in the heat area, they still seem to be taking damage.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. That's just why I wanted to verify. I'll fly back to where I was by Laosu. Thank you.
All right, initiative phase. Okay, is anyone still rolling? All right, here we go. Got two walls of fire. Lao Su casting earthquake. Time now is 5:06 a.m. First up is Airdrin.
My people are still just eating.
Okay. Brian Druid.
And my people are just eating and keeping concentration on the wall until something changes.
Tenzi.
Tenzi and Zalman are eating, and Astral just kind of watching. At the end of the round, he'll go and take stock of what's going on inside there.
And Varen?
Keeping concentration on the wall, just waiting to see if something changes.
He already broke concentration.
Really? Sorry, on his second wall.
Oh, the second wall. Okay. And Lao Tzu is just casting. End of round.
So Astral will fly over by the walls to see if the scorpions are continuing to take damage or not. Do they seem a little more singed than last time I was over here?
You should be able to see their green bars.
Yep.
Googling, do scorpions have a nervous system? I know how bad to feel about this.
They had no intelligence, so
A simple one.
be it for me.
Alright, initiative phase.
They give birth to live young.
They don't. I think they lay eggs, but the sometimes the mothers stay with the clutch, and you'll see
Maybe
a
this is
mother.
not a reputable source.
You'll see a mother scorpion covered in baby scorpions.
Oh wow.
And then a lot of the time, a lot of times, adult scorpions will nest together, and that's kind of like what's going on here, because these huge scorpions are nearly adults. And they're probably nesting in that log or whatever.
Yeah, it's not in the article. I don't know why. Oh no, there it is.
Okay, is anyone still rolling? Alright, here we go. Ryer.
My people are still eating.
Bombosa.
Eating. Same for Brandon and Caragor.
Tenzi.
Tenzi and Zalman are eating.
Asher.
Eating. So's Jim.
Ashriel.
He's gonna fly up and see if he can see if they're still being damaged or not. Right. We'll fly back.
Varen.
Keeping concentration on his second wall.
End of round. Is anyone waiting? Okay. Initiative phase. Is anyone still rolling? Okay. Got hold animal, wildfire. Time now is 5:08. Another wildfire. Lao-Tzu's casting. Varen.
Just keeping concentration.
Moen.
Still eating.
Shandrak.
Yeah, all my people are still trying to eat.
Brandred.
They're all eating.
Tenzi.
Lindsay and Zalman still eating, and Ruckus is getting the occasional sausage handed to him under the table.
Asher.
Just, everybody's still eating.
Ashriel.
Show's gonna go investigate the centipede, or scorpions rather, see how they're doing.
Okay.
Right.
And the Avatar of Lao Tzu is still casting. End of round. Was anyone waiting? Alright. As things continue on, eventually Lao Tzu finishes casting. Ashriel, you see the huge scorpion die in the fire, and the two giant scorpions are alive, and the earthquake occurs. Mm. Let's see. Mm. And Lao Tzu decides not to cast it because he can't cast it without killing a bunch of people at the table or risking their lives or whatever. And eventually the giant scorpions just burn up. Probably takes about another 5 or 6 minutes. And by then, the first wall of fire is gone. The second wall of fire is gone.
Would have dropped concentration on the other wall.
The hold is over. Alright, go ahead and roll base size initiative for your player characters. So just at the last second, these scorpions tried to escape and burn up. And the wall of fire disappears. Well, no it doesn't, because you don't drop concentration until now. But looks like their log is completely burned up and everything. Or at least the log that Asheville was standing on. And Mm-mm-mm. Hmm, 10 NBCs, 7 warriors and bards. Okay. Found it. So 2 giant scorpions. They were 650 each. Three player characters. 10 NPCs. Both of them were defeated. 6 hit dice. 7 warriors and bards. So 3 huge scorpion. They're worth 420. 3 player characters, 10 NPCs. All 3 were defeated. They have 5 hit dice. There are 7 warriors and bards. And there are no more encounters for the rest of the morning. What the fuckles?
I'm just gonna take her dagger and make a fruit salad for Ryer. Peace offering.
Oh, I'll write a song for you. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. There. Okay, I found it. I found it. 100 by 100 would be. $700 by 700. Maybe 7,000. Okay. Now, finally, back to the world maps, Adria, Central Adria. So, encounters for October the 14th. October 14. 1185, fall. Okay, and your speed is 22. You're able to travel 22 miles a day through the desert. Do you want to keep skirting the lake?
Yeah, that sounds good, right?
Okay.
Well, do we want that, or do we want to go straight east? I want to get to the eastern shore, right?
Well, that's what we can do right now, right? We can. Oh, that's true. Yeah, we can just head due east for now until we can see
Yeah, we
some
can-
more. That's probably good.
Yeah, we have to find the path through the mountains. I'm not sure if that's due east of here, if it's a little bit north.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So, what's the answer?
Due east for now.
Due
Yeah, I
east.
think so.
Okay. And then nothing happens the entire day on the 14th.
On that night, I would like Ryer to. He's gonna go to Karangor again. It's like, do you think I can try to learn your find familiar spell? I got a sapphire for
Uh,
you.
Yes. And he kind of pets Kanar on his head with one finger and says, it is a very useful spell. And yeah, he'll let you look at it.
Did you want to actually
Uh,
use it if you learn it?
Um, I'm not sure, but I think I just want to learn it right now.
Yeah.
Oh, and it's going to try first to inner focus. Okay. Some temporary 18-inch. And he'll try thaumaturgy. Great. Mhm.
All right. So back to the world
Um,
maps.
sorry. I would also I'd like to Ryer would call Shandrak over, and Ryer's going to try to learn Cone of Cold. Oh, whoops, sorry, I gotta reroll that. That was wrong. Excellent. And Shandrak would also go to Ashrael and say, do you think I might be able to get some of that wonderful power of yours again? I would appreciate it if you could help me forget. I know how to speak Beatazu. I'd appreciate it if I don't think I really need it too much. If you could help me forget that.
My son, it is done. And he'll cast a limited wish to erase that language from his memory.
Thank you very much. And that's my spells for the day.
Okay. Alright, so on the day of the 15th, you're still heading due east?
Yes, please. Unless somebody else doesn't want to.
I was wondering if maybe we could ask Lao Tzu if he might know the correct path to the pass in the mountains, since he's somewhat familiar with this area.
Ask who?
The avatar of Lao Tzu.
Oh, he says, you can see my fire temple over there. And he points over
Yeah. Is that near where there's a pass through the mountains to get to the east coast?
there. The desert is a big pass through the mountains.
Okay. Then I
So you're
guess we
saying
can just go.
we can take the desert around the mountains, you think?
No, the desert and the mountains end at the same place.
Oh. Well, then maybe we should just continue east.
Yeah. Let's give it a whirl.
Okay, so 22 miles east on the 15th. And there are no encounters.
So you said that was the day there was no encounters for the whole day?
Yep.
So before we head out for the next day, Shandrak would like to bust out another blank library spellbook and begin copying some spells into that one. Thank you.
So if you don't name it, I'm not going to know what it is.
Oh,
You need to
okay,
name
no
it.
problem. No problem. Shandrak Spell Compendium, the 5th circle. And I have 5 copies. I will be copying Bigby's Interposing Hand, Cone of Cold, Cloud Kill, Distance Distortion, and False Vision.
Oh, that's where you're copying into your books?
Yep.
Okay. So that's the night of the 15th. And there are no encounters all through the night. And then the next day, you're able to travel another 22 miles through the desert. Do you want to go due east again?
Maybe northeast at this point. Just for a little while.
Okay.
Just for a day of travel.
And the entire day of the 16th, there are no encounters. So what are you going to do on the night of the 16th?
I will add some more spells into the same book. That will be Hold Monster, Leoman's Hidden Chest, Leoman's Secret Lodge, Lure Resistance, and Proving versus Combustion.
And no encounters all through the night on the night of the 16th. And on the day of the 17th, there's a storm. And desert storms are sandy. So it's a sandstorm in the desert.
Oh.
Uh, so during a dust storm or sandstorm, the terrain modifier is tripled, meaning you can only travel 7 miles today.
Let's just continue heading due east again.
Ugh, my throat's so dry. I hate so much sand. It's in my nose.
And you find a suitable camping spot. Research. Counter maps. Temperate climate. And you said Kel belonged to the player who just quit?
Yeah. The mule, yeah.
Okay, so you're marching along, and you find this spot where you want to camp. And the ground is a little different. It's getting to the point where it is more like dried mud with rocks. So I'm going to turn daylight mode on with brightness way down. And there you are, right in the middle. Oh, actually that's not the middle. That's about the middle. And go ahead and set yourself up for an encounter at 7 p.m. So that's right when. Let's see. Notes, daily routine. So 7 p.m. is right when you stop. You like just have selected the camping ground, and you've just stopped and dismounted, and are about to set up your camp. So you probably would still even be in formation, actually. So we'll say you're still in formation and still mounted. And what happens is... Okay, that's bullshit. There we go. Whoa, okay. So your surprise die roll is +1, and you give them a +1 as well. The other party. So there's no surprise. It is not quite dark yet, And you're in the desert, so... Who's on point? Antar?
Yes.
You hear like a... It's weird little... The...
Chippy, 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 chippy. Chippy, 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 chippy.
Okay.
All right. So that's what you hear in the dark to the southeast.
Okay. I hear something, mates. I hear something, mates.
I hear something, mates.
And
Not more
I
of those
guess
weird Bakumono.
he shrugs. It
No.
seems happy.
It's like a squeaking sound. Many squeaks. A tribe of squeaks, if you will.
And I guess he'll start if I can move him. I guess he'll start kind of walking that way to investigate the sound.
Yeah. Oh.
Like a horror movie. I'll be right back. Being this far from the group, he's just going to stop here for a second and cast Fly on himself.
Okay. Go ahead and roll base size initiative for the player characters, please. Now you hear a crunching sound.
Oh, it's crunching, mate. Less squeaking.
Hmm.
Mm, 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 mm. Okay. And next up is Tenzi.
All right. Just gonna continue riding here.
All right. End of round. And first up, next round is Shandrak.
All right. Heading direction Anatar went.
The crunching gets louder. Sounds like someone's chewing a carrot.
Mm.
Like you can hear something breaking.
Mm,
Snap, 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 snap.
Squeaking seemed better.
and seeing Anatar now, we'll just stop there.
And there it goes again. Someone or something chewing on what sounds like a great big root. Next up is Asher.
Okay. They're all gonna head the direction Anatar went. So Return.
And now you can hear the lapping of water. Tenzi and Company.
Oh, Anatar is going to cast Fly on himself as well.
Okay.
Roll that. Uh,
All right. At this time, Brian Druid can see a bunch of little pink eyes in the distance. And as he gets closer, he stumbles across what looks like a little pack of hares. And one of them slowly approaches him like a little kangaroo,
okay.
kind of like on its, you know how hares kind of move like a kangaroo on all fours, you know, they put their big ass legs down, and then they lift with their front legs, and then once they lift with their hind legs, they lift their front legs off the ground, and then until their rear legs are fully extended, then they put their front legs on the ground again, and then just kind of like swing their front legs up, and it's like almost like they're doing push-ups while they walk.
Okay.
And this one kind of slowly approaches Brian Druid. And once it gets to about here, it stops. And it looks like it's chewing on something in its mouth, like it has a cud or something. Tenzi?
We'll continue to move in formation.
Oh yeah, and there's a storm right now, so it's really dusty and windy.
I forgot about the storm.
Get frost.
Oh, I'm supposed to turn off that and that. That's the world's lamest sandstorm. Oh well. What if I make it? Ten times bigger. There we go. Now it kind of looks like a sandstorm. Okay. What's Tenzi's group doing?
They just moved.
All right. So end of round. Shandrak and company.
Indirect people begin riding closer. And who was that I spy?
Anything else for Shadrach?
Yeah, it looks like there's a figure. Um, who is that? Or what is that?
It looks
That's
like
some-
a really big rabbit, like a hare. It's a desert hare. It has long rear legs like a kangaroo almost. And
What
it's
does it
just
do? What is this one doing?
it's staring right at these guys right here and chewing its cud.
Mm-hmm.
And it takes one more step. And its locomotion is like that of a kangaroo on all fours. It has really long hind legs that it uses to reach forward in front of its own front legs. And then it lifts itself off the ground and lifts its body and swings it up over its front feet and or its rear feet, and then plants its front feet again. And it seems to sit back on its hind legs. And it has this big fluffy tail that's touching the ground as it chews. And it has really, really long ears. It's a very big, big rabbit, like the size of a small dog. Like probably this, like maybe the size of a Pomeranian.
Well, seeing it's mostly animal-ish, Shadrach kind of turns to Brian Druid and says, think you can tell him that we're just passing through and we don't mean no harm? So Shadrach will just, I'll have his horses stop there and just wait and see what happens.
Okay. Asher.
People come forward a bit. We get a little closer to the group. Brian Druid is going to turn, then actually go that far and then turn, and then glide down to land here. And he says to the hare, "Greetings, creature. I can see and hear your brethren. Companions and I, are traveling across the desert.
It says it replies in the language of rabbits, and it says, "You seem like you are lost. Do you require help through this desert here?"
We seek a large city, the capital on the eastern coast. Do you know of a place where the land meets a great water and a large city populated
Oh.
by two legs?"
Right, he wouldn't speak with an East Asian accent. He would speak with a West Asian accent. So he says, "I am sorry. I know only the bounds of my desert here. This is my home. This is the home of my ancestors. And the home of my family."
Android says, "We are following a vague sense of where we should be. Do you have advice for us as we seek to cross your home and beyond its bounds?
Yes, you see these cacti.
He looks and nods.
This one, he starts hopping over to this cactus over here.
Hmm?
And he goes, this one hold clean water. And then he starts hopping over to this one. And he says, this one have edible root.
This is very useful knowledge. And he, like, inclines his head deeply and says, thank you for sharing the wisdom of your ancestors.
And he starts hopping through the group.
And Brian Druid will turn to the group and just repeat what the hare has told him and see if there's anything else they want him to ask.
And he hops over to this cactus right here. And he says, this one bear edible fruit. It is very, very tasty and sweet.
I can see that what appears barren to my eyes is in yours a giving and nurturing place. Your family has been wise to thrive here.
And Tenzi and Company.
Just stop and observe the hair.
So he kind of goes up to one cactus and starts squeaking. And then he goes up to another cactus and squeaks. And then he runs into the group. There's a cactus right here that he runs up to. And he starts squeaking really loud. And he kind of like starts chewing on this part of it that has like a flower on it. And he's chewing really, really loud, as though whatever he was eating off this cactus was really delicious.
Okay, that'll be it for us.
Okay, end of round, and Shandrak and Company.
All right. Seeing our guest is friendly and knowledgeable from what Brian Druin said.
As you watch him mow down on this fruit on the cactus, you can see that he's eaten all the ones near the bottom of the plant, and he can't reach the ones up top.
I think, yeah, okay, yeah, sure. Ryer will come on over, and he'll say, "Here, let me try to help you with that." And he'll try to
As
pick up
Ryer
the things up top.
As Ryer approaches, the hare stands up on its hind legs and then up onto its tippy toes. And its arms begin to grow longer and its head larger. And its legs become so long that soon the hare is the size of a man, and he looks like this. And he reaches out and starts plucking the star fruit off of this cactus and eating them. A whole fruit at a time into his big human-sized mouth. Ow. And he looks over, and in the common tongue, he says, "Oh, no, thank you. I've got it myself."
Oh,
And he
I
gets a
see
little
that.
closer and goes around the other side of the bush.
I'm gonna have a nightmare about this later.
I think while he's over there, Ryer will take one of the fruits for himself. And he's not gonna eat it. He's just gonna take it for now.
It's kind of prickly. It's about twice the size of a chicken's egg. And from the side, it looks kind of like a flange mace. You know, well, from the top. From the top down, it looks like a flange mace. And it has this weird little spiky red flower growing out of one end after you pick it off. And the spikes are easily pulled off, and the flower as well. Seems to be what the anthropomorphic hare is doing. He's picking off the spikes with his paws that he's using as hands now. And pulling off the flower, and he's gathering them in his arm. And he keeps looking back at his family. He gets about 10 of them and turns around, and he starts to walk like a man. Back towards his family. You notice he's a little slower now. Now that he's anthropomorphic. What else for Shandrak and company?
Ryer will begin coming back towards the group, and as he kind of saw the creature do, he'll start to take the pricks off of it as Shandrak and his people begin riding further east.
Okay. And he takes the rest of his movement as well. And he'll get to about there. Asher and company.
Are also going to go east, keeping a respectful distance from the hare question mark and his family.
All right. And the hare, now speaking the common tongue of men, seeing you ride off beyond his family, he says, "Beware! There are others like us here. Beware the tanuki."
What? I guess Brian Druid will keep speaking since they formed a bit of a rapport, but he says in common now, what manner of beast are you that we should watch out for your kind?
And he gets over to his family once again and drops the pile of starfruit in among the group, and they start eating it. And right before he starts shrinking back into a rabbit, he turns to you and says, "We are Hengyokai. We are the hare Hengyokai. Beware of the tanuki Hengyokai." And he shrinks back down into the shape, once again, of a hare. and his vocal cords disappear, and he goes back to munching on roots and starfruit. Anything else for Asher and company?
Brander had already asked a pertinent question, so I guess that'll be it for now.
So they're the hare Hengeokai, and he said, "Beware the Tanuki Hengeokai." Tenzi and company.
Continue to ride. Be it for us.
All right. And as you continue to ride, the patch of cacti containing the family, or sorry, the band of hare Hengeokai disappears in the distance. And you get, let's see, there were
Well, it's nice to see it finally
19.
Before we leave, Asher, or sorry, Karen Glover would look over at Chandrak and say, I know not what manner of familiar you wish to cultivate a relationship with. But perhaps you could consider this creature. If it had not crossed your mind yet. That'll be all. Yeah, after that we would keep on riding.
Okay.
Did you find your familiar on your travels before you cast the spell?
It was most fortuitous. The same location in which the spell was carved upon a stone also was the home of many rare creatures. It was an oasis.
Ah, interesting.
We camped there and we fought there. And also Asher and a fairy named Jersey, primarily a fairy, attempted to steal treasures from the denizens of the oasis. It was an eventful visit. We spent time there, perhaps if you are interested in a creature more like my own, and he pets Kanar again. Perhaps you may ask Varen how well he remembers the location.
Ooh, yes. Your creature looks very wonderful. I think that might be. I would much appreciate if we could maybe do that during one of our travel days.
Nader is a very special creature and possessed of magic himself.
It looks like a dragon. Is that a dragon?
Fairy dragon.
Wow, that is a beautiful creature. I would certainly like to get a friendship with something like that.
And certainly we should pursue this for you if as we're and he will always say this as we get far enough like out of earshot of what he thinks this creature is like if a creepy man hatter is not to your liking.
Well, they're friendly enough, but your creature looks quite unique and wonderful.
And
He
Tenzi
nods satisfied.
and Company?
Continue to move.
Yeah, what are Tenzi and Company doing?
They're moving.
Okay. And you guys just gonna move off the map?
Yeah.
Okay.
Please.
All right. Okay. And you guys camp. And the next day, move out again. Right. And the next day, On the 18th, the sun comes up. And the storm persists. So again, you're only able to move 7 miles through the desert. And did you want to move due east or northeast or what?
So I was sort of thinking, like maybe we should, like the fire mountain is pretty close. Maybe we should just like head over there real quick, just so we can um be able to check the area out and uh be able to memorize it for future teleports.
Yeah, I was hoping that we would be able to kind of find a landmark in the area for something similar.
Yeah, this seems like the closest landmark.
Cool.
Yeah, there's definitely a landmark here. You can see the volcano spewing lava into the air. And then beyond that,
Seems like a landmark.
you can see this glacier. Okay, so is it northeast or due east?
I think we should head to the volcano just so we have it as a landmark.
Okay.
Well,
So I guess
you can already see it from where you're
Okay,
at.
so
Yeah,
if we wanted to, we could come back roughly here.
definitely, yeah, because you can see the glacier
okay.
All right, cool.
and the volcano here.
Okay. Well, then do we want to keep going due east?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, cool.
Due east.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
All right. So because of the sandstorm, you can make it 7 miles instead of your normal 22. And there are no encounters the whole day. So now October.
That night, I'd like to do some more copying for Shandrak.
Okay.
This time, yeah, I'd appreciate another one of the library books, another fresh one. And then in one of my normal spell books, Shandrak is going to get a copy of that familiar spell from Ryer. And then in this one,
And remember to name it.
yeah. in that book, we'll go Blink, Clairvoyance, Feign, Blink, Clairaudience, Feign Death, and Fireball.
So I'm going to gather up all the books that you own down here and stick them in your folder. That way it's just kind of easier to get to them. So you still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spell books, traveling spell books.
Okay. That one is good. And
Oh, I
the other one-
see. You meant to buy library spellbooks instead of traveling spellbooks, so I can just delete these.
Well,
1,
no,
2, 3,
so
4, 5.
I did 7 traveling, and I did. Let me double check because they're on the mules. Yeah, 7 library and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 regular. And also during the night, Shandrak would invite Mad Moen over, and then I would cast Proofing versus Combustion onto his plate armor, giving him a +2 versus fire saves.
Okay, anything else for Shandrak before the next day?
Yeah, Ryer is going to he's gonna get out that captured chest we got from one of our random encounters, and he is going to cast Leoman's hidden chest onto it to send it to the ethereal plane. So now he's got a
Alright.
hidden chest.
So nothing else for Shandrak?
Yeah, so Ryer cast the spell to send his chest to the ethereal plane, and Shandrak will call his chest back, just to send it back again, just to reset the timer on his chest, and that's all. and I adjusted the daily routine for that.
All right. Right. And are you all finished up with the?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. So on the night of the 18th, it's kind of, stormy and everything, and you're able to get all your copy spells done because you're not doing it like by hand.
Yeah. Thankfully.
So on, let's see, October 19th. 11:85. The storm continues, and you're only able to travel another 7 miles. Which direction?
East again, right?
Yes, please. And are you guys still on the landing page? Because I am.
Yeah.
All right. Uh, so after a day's travel on the 19th, you're able to get here through a storm. And is there anything Shandrak wants to do on the evening of the 19th?
Let's see. Yeah. At this point, so Shandrak would say to Varen, "Hey, I was talking to Karanglor about when you were adventuring before, and you came across some oasis That's where Karangor found his little friend. Do you think, uh, me and Ryer would really like to, like, uh, have a creature like that with around us? Do you think you might be able to teleport us back to that place so I can try to get a familiar?
And Josh, as a player, I have a rough memory of this oasis. Do you think that that would like merit a place that Varen would remember?
If I remember correctly, you guys camped there. So it's not
As
gonna be,
yes.
yeah. Um,
Okay, yeah. So Varen says, I will attempt to get you there.
Oh wait, actually though, I'm sorry. It is. We just did stop for the day. Let's make camp and nap normally, and then let's go. How's that sound?
Sure. Very well.
so immediately after the nap at 10 p.m. or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so the folder named Chandrak's Books is the very first thing in the Chandrak and Company folder.
Ah, there it is. Thank you.
And then go ahead and roll the spell template for
Find familiar?
no, the
Oh,
teleportation
for
spell.
dimension door.
Right. Right. Yep.
May I please be put on the landing page?
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna say that you studied it carefully because you camped there, but I'm not. It's not like very familiar.
Sure.
And does the whole party pass through?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll go.
Okay. Right. All right. Without any aging,
Nice.
the party arrives at the Kaparajam Oasis in Aperciba. The time of the day is late. And its cool, clear waters soothe you as they fall from a spring on a nearby cliffside. And Anatar and Shandrak come to the edge of the water. And you can see, let's see, it should be pretty dark right now. Turn opacity to 70%. Ah, okay. All right. So In your infravision, oh, that's right. Anatar doesn't have infravision. Okay. So by the light of your ambient lights, you can see in the water there's a stone with glowing magical purple runes written upon it. And then in the water over here, you can see a round shadow. It seems to go deep into the water. And it's about as big as your fortress. Guess that's a bad one for it. There we go. And it kind of changes shape as the water passes over it, you know, as shadows do. So it's about that big. And it's right over here in the water. Let's see, so time now is... Let's see, notes, daily routine. So 10 p.m. October 19th. $11:85. Actually, it'd be 10:01. Okay. Players this time, if you could please roll base size initiative. Okay. And first up is Asher and Company.
Asher will ride up to the bank and say, "Oh, thank goodness," and she'll dismount and start like washing her hands and arms and face in the water. That sand was a lot. And Anatar, standing next to Shandrak, will and knowing what he's after, will point toward in that direction and say, Arangor and I found our familiars over there.
Okay, wonderful. Well, this spell
Went
has
there
a...
and we cast the spell, and in the morning, our familiars presented themselves. And we had the choice of accepting them or not.
This spell has a very long range, so I think this bank high mass is good enough as any. It's a very beautiful spot you managed to find.
Ah, yes. We had passed a lovely evening here.
Well,
Um,
everyone will
and yeah,
everyone will have time to wash off the sand. This might take a while.
and yeah, that is Asher's people are going to start heading toward the bank and just getting themselves up a bit.
Okay.
Bosa, who sails and is very used to the water, is just going to submerge himself entirely.
Tenth Company.
We come up by the bank. Astro will dismount. Tenzi's gonna actually. Oh, he has a dismount as a horsemanship. Zalmond and Ruckus will come down at the bank here. Zalmond will lap up some water as Zalmond tries to clean off his armor.
All right.
That'll be a first. I have to go in like 10 minutes.
Okay. Let's end it here then, because I really have to go to the bathroom.
Cliffhanger.
Yeah. And
It's all that water rushing.
Yeah.
yep.
Will Shadrach get his fairy dragon?
I know. Oh, exciting.
And hate to cut it so quickly, but I really got to go to the bathroom. So
All good.
yeah, we're gonna raid into somebody here. Hopefully it's Lord Go Samba. Yeah, it is. And start raid, and we got like 10 seconds for it to warm up. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and away we go. Okay, and I'll see you all.